Okay, welcome to part 4 of this SSF Aether Spellbreaker. We finished Elite last time. We got XP pots, so we'll be moving on to Ultimate. We will plan to hit 94 today. Maybe get some farming done, depending on timing, and get ourselves in position to finish at least Forgotten Gods and get to Lokar and fight Lokar and Malmoth in the next stream. Alright. XP pot.
You're not looking too bad. The bodies of the you will
Rescue Faldus.
the dead attack. I need some time. Welcome to my. Remember. The captain said you prepped it. I'm busy.
Alright, so yeah, bleed res is a little off, but everything else is fine. What's our... okay, we already have all the slith necklaces we need, so we don't even need to worry about killing any of these trash mobs unless they're in our way.
Any luck clearing out? Well,
Greetings, Chuck.
good. You're back. What if you follow the?
Okay, 72. Hey, good morning, Captain Keen. Welcome in. Hey, welcome in, Kippets. Just had to mute myself for a massive sneeze. Alright, so we have the necklaces. I mean, yeah, this is generally slightly better. It's not amazing, but... Alright, 99 scrap. Okay, so ultimate, I think we can skip the Shambler. Just repair the bridge. Alright, we don't need this shrine. We're not going to worry about it. Oh, we got the strange key, so we can kill... Oh, we want to make the deal with Durrani anyway, because we want a guaranteed farm for the shoulders. Usually you just kill Durrani. But they made him in a recent patch drop the Ascended Shoulders. And we're using those most likely. Maybe not endgame, but... Almost accidentally extorted Luther. Don't do that. Okay. And just double check. I'm pretty sure I killed this guy, but then got distracted. Yep. Okay. Okay, we got to talk to Duncan. We're obviously going to side with Angram, but Alright, so go north, kill the two elites a little further up, and then rescue Ulgrim on our way to Burwich. Then yeah, we have to make the deal with Durrani so that we can farm him later. Impervious of butchery. I mean, this is just better than what we have. It's better resistances. Well, can't take it because of the bleed res. Hey, welcome in, JFF. You got Rolly talking about the TV subscription again? That's rough. Poor guy.
Well, I'll be.
No specific build command on this one, JFF, since it's SSF. I can, give me a minute, I'll link the two Aether Breakers I've done before, which is kind of what you'd be going for long term. It's SR set and Veilkeeper. This is the SR set version, and this is the Veilkeeper one that goes heavy regen. We're closer in line, devotion-wise and otherwise, to the SR set version. Because I would consider SR set on an SSF run. I would not try to SSF my way to Veilkeeper because it's a random drop and you just have to keep doing SR over and over. Whereas SR set, you just have to do SR24 once.
What do you want? Have you found a good there? Warden Creed.
Alright, yeah, like we have Spear and Korvac as our tier 3s. I mean, short answer is Spellbreaker is my favorite class, so if I'm going to play something, it's probably going to be that, but I suppose you could play this as a Reaper as well. I disagree. I think Nightblade Arcanist is very tanky. You have permanent percent damage absorption, a invulnerability button, nullification. Mirror and Maven Sphere protection as well. Yeah, Arcane Will is a nice little mini circuit breaker. That's true too. Yeah, if you really lean all in and try to either get super low cooldown or long duration mirror, that can be pretty fun. Sometimes you have to give up too much to make it worthwhile, but as a concept, at least, it's cool. I'm not gonna bother with a shrine. I will, however, bother with the Aether crystals. Whatever I find, since this is an SSF run. A little further up in the chat, I linked a couple examples of if you had pre-farmed gear, what you might do. Typically, you're using, I think, SR set or Veilkeeper set. So I did a Veilkeeper version, which when all procs are firing, regens up to about 12k health per second, which makes you very difficult to kill. Two-part Krieg boots and gloves are pretty much always reasonable, but yeah, full Krieg set, I've never been a fan of. Problem is, SSF run, do I really want to farm Krieg boots over and over and over again? I'm not sure I do. At least the Krieg pieces I'd want are the two easiest to get, because they're from Terranox and Valkysteria, and you don't have to go into the Fleshworks, but still. Like right now we have the Ascended Cask, which gives armor, attack speed, and Fought Aether to Maven Sphere protection, which is... it's a pretty nice MI to play around for this build. If we had SR set, we'd take it, but I don't necessarily want to actually bother to do SR. Mage Lord's good if we get them. There's also what is it? The Aether Righteous Fervor Ring has pretty good attack speed and other things. But we are, again, confined to whatever actually drops for us on this one. Yeah, Fetton I've used on a couple of these runs. it is these bonuses are good enough that I would consider passing up the +1 to skills. I mean, 15% armor and 10% attack speed is a lot. Like if we were playing a spellbinder, this helm would be even more insane, but we're not, so
Is it fit? The warden's defeat is a great. So you must be hot before.
all right. So that's maxed. What else do we have to really... I'll put one more point in Maven's, get this as high as possible. And... yeah, I guess we'll pump Reckless Power. Get a good half level just doing this initial quest line. 50, 20... We do get respec pots that we'll use probably at some point, but... right now I feel like we want mostly physique for DA and such, but some spirit for damage.
The emissary warned me.
Like, I would spirit dump if I could, but I don't think we can.
I could hear the battle.
You've been quite right. Then what? This. So you. Yes. I. Well, look. I'll give you a good price on what I've got left. See you around.
Hey, Jay, thanks for the raid. Welcome in, folks. Were you playing Grim Dawn or something else? I know I've seen you play some Furthest Frontier and some other games recently. Back to Grim Dawn, nice. Alright, get your rest. Appreciate the raid and see you around. Have a good one.
Well, you were Darius. We have to hit them hard and fast. Keep your weapons.
Alright, is there anything, yeah, I think we overcap pneumatic burst. And then I think we'll start putting points in Fabric of Reality for Flat Aether. The Chaos is kind of useless, but the Flat Aether is still good. Ow. So we're gonna put some more points in weapon pool skills and then buff reckless power. Mighty of the Flesh Hulk. It's probably not the best.
What do you want?
Mighty of the Void Harbinger is obviously worse. Vigorous of Thorns. Ascended Cask, garbage. Mighty of the Aethers, sort of okay, but it's not enough of an upgrade for me to bother picking it up. We'll be back here when we're 94 anyway, so let's keep going. All right, we have the Royal Jelly we need now. We'll still kill all these Ascended guys, see if they drop us anything worthwhile. Overseers of Attack. Hold on. This is level 70, so we can actually equip this. Impervious. Our Pierce Res is... Oh, that's... yeah, this is a massive upgrade. I'm pretty sure... Okay, that does cause a bit of a problem with Chaos Res, but we can fix that. We'll upgrade this when we turn in the quest to Mornay. Draenora, yeah, this Aether Breaker has always been fun. Probably could have just stayed and face tanked, but it's a tiny bit sketchy for a second. It's 8:30 in the morning for me, Tuesday. Welcome in. Yeah, I mean it's a 74 helm, so we wouldn't be using it endgame, but it's definitely an upgrade for now. I'm up early. I usually get up around 6 in the morning.
Well, damn it, now that...
All right, so we'll put the Overseers on the obviously Runestone. This is almost a shame to get rid of this, but the armor upgrade is we need it. So Impervious of Shattered Reality was a nice roll. And okay, Chaos Res is scuffed, but can put on a couple of Mankind's Vigils, which will fix that. Alright, Chaos Res is fixed. Armor's up to 1900 now.
Come, friend, right to business.
I like to be up early. Shirley is usually the one who sleeps in a little bit. So Saturdays I have to get her up to get her out for a walk a little bit early so I can stream on time. I mean, you walk up to a dog and say, "Do you want to take a walk?" and they're pretty much up instantly with no complaints. Cat tries waking up around 5:30. Oof. I mean, if you're not trying to get up at 5:30 and the cat's waking you up, that's kind of brutal. Yes, Shirley pretty much has only ever woken me up if like she needs to go out. And it's sometimes you take a dog out at night and she doesn't have to do anything, and then she wakes up at 3 in the morning and realizes that she does. And I'd much rather her wake me up than go in the house. So. Or your dog jumps onto the leash. Yeah, I can see that. Okay, about to get to the scariest boss you faced while leveling, which is Voldrak. Could actually put some points to lower the cooldown of Mirror as well. It's a boring defensive option, but I think we're actually going to do that. Get Mirror up to 7. Mirror. That would have hurt if that had hit us. Frenzied of Ruin.
Well, if it isn't my old friend, I came up.
Okay, got a Venom Fang of Corrosion, which is always nice to have in the stash. Apply those debuffs. Okay, feel like I'm in a rolly stream, back to back, getting Baldier pieces. I mean, they're common drops, of course, but it seems like Rolly gets a Baldier set every stream. I think he's even commented on that.
These are trying.
All right.
So how? Good work.
All right, so let's get the Pine Barrens Rift now. And maybe we can find an amulet that's not terrible. I mean, we're literally using this for plus to Arcanist, but we can still get better rolls. All right, any poison glands? Got a Manticore Eye. Up, got the poison gland. There we go. See, I'm actually okay. Life steal's 11%. That's not horrible. Aether modifier is 1550, which for non-endgame is perfectly reasonable. Incorrupt of Mending is kind of worthless, but this is level 82, so we can equip it soon. Random Blade Twister drop. That'd be nice on a Pierce build, but does nothing for us.
I wasn't sure. I'm going to check it.
I'll skip the plan. The Legion is split on two fronts.
Morning, Matty boy. So far, so good. This leveling is so much smoother once you get the XP pots. At some point, I should consider doing SSF gear, but with mandates and merits and all that stuff. Maybe that defeats the purpose of SSF, but it at least gives you something where you can only use the gear you find. It's still a restriction, just not as big a one as starting out with nothing. Okay, this XP pot's about to expire. We'll go to town, sell some stuff. Actually, going to change out a piece of kit, so we'll want the inventor. Sell, 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 sell. We want this. Let's save this. Okay, so Incorruptible of Mending. We'll keep the Runestone. Okay, we just tanked our bleed res. Oh, right, we had the Slith Venom Augment, which gives bleed res. That's right. Okay.
I'll see what's left of my wares. Put it to good use.
Okay, there we go. I was wondering what happened. And let's see. These shoulders... Aether res is massively overcapped, so... Yeah, I think these are going to win as well. And let's see, augments. We'll find a bleeder as augment eventually. We'll put that on. So okay, drink another pot. We'll get to 94 today. We'll start farming, but probably finish up the farming and the Lokar kill on Tuesday.
as much come up. I see you. My scouts have reported.
Just the person. There are two other. The one.
Alright, so 84 is where at least some endgame viable legendaries can drop. So we're kind of at a point now where we might get something that appears in our build at the end, but we'll see. Get more OA from this. This isn't the best because the elemental dot isn't doing anything for us. A little bit of flat elemental probably does actually help us. But let's start pumping Fabric of Reality.
May the spec.
If we get that Chaos to Aether ring, that's going to be pretty crazy, but that's a random drop and it's mythical, so I'm not counting on it. Hey, welcome in, Prickliest of Porcupines. Hey, universe isn't too bad. I'm not going to tell you that's a good take, Prickliest. I think the phrase "that's a good take" also has tremendous sarcastic power that you can throw into it. Oh, we already have the 5 insignias, very nice. You get a few extras on the lower difficulties as you're going around the Blood Grove. It just makes that go faster. Okay, so we need Malkadar and prisoners, and that is it. Alright, Bolvar. You're gonna follow me around if I don't kill you, so we have to fight you. Okay. Alright. This will loop all the way around. Not sure if the can get a spawn location here. Alright, Malkadar, prisoners. Alright, now let's go deal with Karaz, and then we can turn everything in at once. Kane is dead. Something hit us kind of hard. Herald of Amatoth does nothing for us. Tyrants, that's a level 84. Otherwise, Tyrants of Ruin is not bad for a War Cleaver. Alright, so we've got our first level 94 legendary. I guess it's a high enough level area that it can that can drop them. So we'll get this Rift Gate, we'll turn in quests, and then we actually can start on Hidden Path now.
I am told I could when the Legion was I've already
You're here for the cultist.
Alright, we'll get the nullification cooldown a little bit lower as well, and continue to put points in Reckless Power.
I don't know.
Alright, so now we start Hidden Path. We may end up using Drieg or Salile Pants for endgame anyway, so it's good to open up the farming route. Yeah. I think we most likely go with Salile Pants. I want the life steal. But does this say like level? I'm trying to figure out, is this a level 70 Druid Pant based on that armor value with a level 90 affix? Oh yeah, the PoE 2 update is pretty crazy. I was actually impressed by what they're putting into it. I figured they'd announce it and say, okay, this looks cool. I'll play the game, have some fun, try the new class, but they've done a lot. Yeah, pretty much. Ellie really should have tried to move their launch date forward a week if they had the ability to. I feel like Ellie, you know, they've been cooking, they've been doing some stuff, but right now it looks like whatever updates they give us are getting blasted out of the water by what GGG is doing. PoE 2 is still early access. Yeah, they moved it to back a few weeks instead of forward. So now PoE 2 is going to be out for like a couple of weeks before Ellie's league starts. Whereas I think the original timing was Ellie was starting on a Wednesday and PoE 2 was starting on a Friday. All right, Clerics of the Boar. That might actually, like, yeah, this, okay, so we lose poison and elemental, but we get stun, freeze, bleed, Aether, pierce, leech, physique, and spirit, which is going to be damage, a ton more armor. Yeah, this, and we can fix the poison acid. So, yeah. Keep the scaled hide. Put this on. Alright. I'll take a Kingsguard powder instead. We really don't need any Mankind's Vigil, do we? Chaos is still 22 over, even... well, I guess we have it... Oh, and we don't even have an augment on this. So we replace that. I'll put Kingsguard powder on this as well. Like, now our poison res is over, our bleed res. At some point we are going to be able to... do some more here, but for now I'm just glad to have higher armor value. Alright, so we'll continue down the hidden path. We'll get the Bismuel one. Necro cold build. Yeah, I can see that being fun. Marzola, thank you for the bits. Welcome in, man. How late did you end up going yesterday? That's pretty good. We're up to 86 from 70. XP pots always help. So we'll hit 94 today easily. Do some farming and kill Lokar on Tuesday. Well rested, ready for another long day. Nice. See totem, click totem. Oh, no way did these drop. Okay, game. Alright. Yeah. This is probably our best in slot boot, and it just showed up. Wow. Alright, so Mark of the Traveler. I think we have to... Alright. We'll get the next Rift Gate, we'll go to town, and we'll swap these in. Is that a new emote, you're gigantifying Marzola? Hey, Wretched Ed, welcome in. How's it going? Alright, I mean, the only thing that's better than this would probably be Krieg boots. Alright, 10 over. Alright, I think we actually take Mankind's Vigil here. Alright, so we got basically the Bis or runner-up Bis boots from a random totem. I will happily accept that. We may have forgotten to drop a portal. Whoops. Alright, we'll just drop one here. It's part of the way back at least. So back to third of the hidden path bosses. Okay, that gets us 3 attribute points. Put some more points in spirit. Should be good, I think, on cunning. Alright, once we get this rift, we'll go back, we'll do the Ethereal Essence quest, because we're probably going to do all the Death's Vigil stuff. Let's see, we're level 87. How long? 11.5 hours, so... Yeah, we're in a... Definitely making... For SSF run, making very good time. Alright, have a good one, Merzel. I'll probably catch you later, and thanks again for the bits. I'll see you around.
Expansion for Grim Dawn definitely needs a drop. I can't, even if I wasn't as anti-Blizzard as I am right now, I don't think I could do D4 for the sole reason that I'm already playing Grim Dawn. I'm going to be spending some time on PoE 2. If I add another ARPG, I will never play anything that's not an ARPG again. I just won't have time. Yeah, Titan Quest 2 is another one. It's, like, there's too much of a good thing. We're not in a situation where that's a problem, but definitely not enough time in the day to enjoy all the good things. Yeah, Baldur's Gate 3 is definitely going to be, I think, that's the sort of game where you really want to immerse yourself in the world. And if you take too many breaks from it, it's probably not going to give you quite the same experience, even though I'm sure it'll still be very good. But like, when I'm playing any sort of story-driven game, I kind of want to just immerse myself in it. Level 88. I have not played Titan Quest 1. I've seen Kerplunk and Rainin and some others play it, and I think at one point it was free, so I have it on my computer, or have it as a available download. And yeah, what happened is some of the people who worked on Titan Quest 1 left to form their own company, and then that company ended up making Grim Dawn. So it's not the same company, but some of the devs did overlap. Okay, we're actually we might want to use her weapon augments. I don't know if we will, but we'll buy the writ just in case. Probably should have picked it up sooner, but oh well. So we will do the Death's Vigil and Outcast quests, as well as finish Hidden Path. And then once we've turned all those in, we can go right back up to Revered with the Black Legion by talking to Ulgrim in the Necropolis. For some reason, I thought you could do dual masteries in Titan Quest, but I could be mistaken. So, but I mean, I guess even if you can, that's still some of the same people. Yeah, I do really like the dual mastery system. Okay, level 89. Yeah, looking I think we're at a point where the strides that people are making in graphics are much less like as in terms of like incremental progress than we used to have. We have a healer. Like, yeah, you compare 1990 to 2000 graphics, 2000 to 2010. Like there are still games from from the early 2010s that look pretty good. Obviously, not as incredible as some of the stuff that's coming out now, but it's a lot closer. Okay, so she has Thunder Pools, which we just stood in. And we get Sundered again, we just mirror. Alright. Yeah, I mean, but the fact that, just the fact that, for me at least, I'm also an older gamer, so I appreciate even 2010 graphics because I know what it used to be like. But yeah, I mean, you're right. Some people, they want the latest and greatest graphics, and that's absolutely their prerogative. Would be nice if companies could figure out how to optimize their games a little bit better with good graphics, because I mean, right now it's just there are a lot of people whose computers aren't going to be able to run the games because they don't care about optimization, or if they care about it, it's a secondary consideration. Yeah, it's. I mean, I guess part of it is also you've got with microtransactions in a lot of games. It's not just selling a lot of game. It's not just selling a ton of copies, which obviously you want to do that, but it's also milking the whales, and the whales are going to be the ones who have the latest and great. If you're dropping $10,000 in microtransactions on some game, you're going to have a top of the line PC. Like, it makes no sense for you not to. So the people who are their, most profitable customers are going to have all that stuff. Of course, I mean, I still would think selling more copies is a good thing, but then again, a lot of gamers will suffer. Alright, I mean, we're not going to use these, but these are also amazing boots. Great defensive option. I'd say I don't like the way a lot of the larger studios are going, but you still very much, if you make a good game, especially as an indie studio, you do have a lot of opportunity, and I think we have easier access to a lot of that now. My biggest gripe with that is probably early access being an overused tool, but in the grand scheme of things, given the amount of indie games that we have and the fact that stuff like Grim Dawn was once in early access, I'm sort of okay with it. Well, I mean, here's the thing. I started out in the business and investing world, right? So, a lot of people are still in that area. And I guess I technically still am, even doing research and consulting, but. My point is that a lot of the consultants and corporate executives are talking about marketing and kind of revenue per customer and basically everything except let's make a really good product. And to be fair, that maybe they just think that goes without saying, but I do think that to at least some extent, people have forgotten that if you make a really good product, you're going to do well. And all that other stuff is, well, frankly, most of it is BS. And when you have a Elden Ring, you have a company like From Software that just consistently is amazing at what they do. Or you have Baldur's Gate 3, which blows everything else out of the water and sells a ton of copies. And the studio does well because of it. Yeah, this guy has a healing shard thing. It kind of destroys that particular narrative. I think the problem is that you can teach marketing analytics in an MBA program. You can't teach make amazing stuff and love what you do, which is, I think, it's a lot harder to get right, but it's a lot more satisfying when you get it right. So we tend to focus on things that we can either teach people about or things we can measure. Which makes sense, but then people forget about all the stuff you can't measure or directly teach people that is actually what built many of the companies that they're now working at. And even Crate's a good example. Given the size of the company and the small team they have, and the copies of Grim Dawn and the expansions that they've sold, and even including early access sales for Farthest Frontier, I'd say for their size, Grim Dawn or Crate is an incredibly successful company, and they got to be that way by actually caring about the product, which is nice to see. Okay, we are almost out of XP pot. We are level 90 though.
Took you long enough. The coat of Cathan, it appears that the rich...
Alright, let's drop a few things off and sell a few things. Alright, we are out of XP pots, so let's also check how we're doing on time. We're like 90 and a half. We're at 11 hours 59 minutes. So I think around 12 and a half hours is a reasonable estimate of when we'll hit 94. Which for an SSF run, I'm actually pretty happy with. The prior one I did was we're in around 14 hours, which still, I mean, for SSF is still fine. You're doing farming and other things. You're not just going full speed ahead leveling, but it'll be nice to get that down. Totem. Year 2, 1. Yeah, welcome in G2. Yep, we're back to Spellbreaker. Alright, ultimate log is taking a little bit of time. Did we get another Butcher of Burwich? And Trash Fizzers roll on those boots, of course. Okay, what do you have for us, Creed? Got a good item?
You've returned. So our great moment of triumph is soured with tragedy. The cult's defeat at the necropolis. Good, you're back. I struggle to admit it. You see the Luminari.
Excuse, my father and I were part of it. Excuse, my father and I were part of it.
I think they have. I don't recall the details, though, unfortunately. Welcome in, Slick. And yeah, Rect has done some gameplay. I'm not sure if... There's probably still stuff he's not allowed to show, so I'm not sure if all of the shape-shifting options are there, but he probably has played around with it at least a little bit. So let's go back. We find Sedina's memento, get the Heart of Darkness, Black Tallow set up. Brutal Axe and Butcher of Burwich. So we didn't get the same legendary. Both start with a B, though. Riftstone, Tallow, and Sedina's memento. There we go. I mean, a half-eaten burrito is just unfinished work, though. That's the only problem.
Please just leave. Please. Please just.
Yeah, I can see the controller support being helpful in that regard. Kivitz. Welcome in, Dio. Yeah, grind is good. We are level 91 and a half. So we'll hit 94 today. We'll farm a little bit of gear improvements. And we'll finish up the build on Tuesday. There are a lot of interesting MIs. What are you looking to do though? Okay, drop portal. Yeah, Archon's deep in. If you like the spectral longswords and those items have a use for them. Nomos Dread. If you go into Arcovian Undercity from the Broken Hills Rift, he's pretty fast. Gallus is a pain, but his rings are very good, so that kind of depends. Dermapter and Slicers are usually pretty easy to... there's no real boss for them, though. That's the only problem. I mean, there's always the halberds from the but again, that's RNG since they're not, most of them aren't bosses. The Forgotten Gods halberds, that is. The Infernal Wastes boss, Sister Crimson, drops one of 2 MIs. You also drop some of the Forgotten Gods armor gear. Yeah, there are a lot of good MIs. I think if you're interested in a specific build, then you just kind of you go and you farm that MI is typically what I would do. But if you're just adding some bosses to the rotation to slowly build up a bank, then you probably want stuff that's a little bit closer to Rifts. Not yet, Forgotten Gods. Okay. But yeah, those are some possible ideas and options. All right, we are okay. Back to Caraxis. Okay, it's level 92, so not perfect, but Vigorous of the Drangul is still not a bad roll, so we'll take it. Yeah, that's another good one.
Whatever it is you think you're doing here, you are into if you all look what you I
And I think generally speaking, like living rings, vine rings, creeping rings, if you're doing bloom farming runs, pay attention to those. Focus more on killing the plants, and eventually you'll build up a stash of them. I find having good green MI rings is just very helpful. 92. Oh yeah, the I think it was a Devastation offhand and a Mortar Trap offhand, Terranox.
I am relieved. We were
Yeah, that's another very good one. Yeah, on I think Elite, if you're 75 or higher, he can drop Krieg set pieces, and obviously he can do the same on Ultimate. All right, we have a bunch of skill points we haven't used yet. Got the Alpha Horn. Caustic of Corrosion is a decent roll for that. Ideally, you want the other rare, but yeah, Krieg needs some love. The 5-piece sets in general can struggle a little bit. I think Blind Assassin is one of the exceptions to that, but and Deathmarked, even though they nerfed it, is still decent. But yeah, if you needed 5 pieces to get certain bonuses, then the set needs to be really good to compensate for the lack of gear flexibility. Oh, Rutnik Templar. Yeah, I think the problem with Rutnik Templar is just Templar and the mirror stuff is a bait. Like, Paladin's going to give you weapon pool skills. It's also going to give you Inquisitor Seal. It's going to give you more Aether RR. And you'll convert the Pierce from Aura of Conviction and ranged expertise to Aether due to the Rutnik guns. Yeah, Bonemonger typically is the play for Rutnik. It's insane how well it synergizes. You can also play Bonemonger Oppressor with this weapon and the shield from Malmoth. I mean, the thing is, all that said, if you want to try it, I mean, it's still going to beat the campaign. It's still going to be fine for all that stuff. It's just going to start hitting a wall sooner because you don't have the RR and the weapon pool skills. You have more Aether support from Arcanist, but that's kind of overwhelmed by everything else you're missing by not taking Inquisitor. Or even Necro, if you go Oppressor. Because Necro has Aether support and weapon pool skills. The mirror bonuses on the Rutnik guns absolutely kill me because like I want to play that as a Templar, and then I look at it and I can't. I wonder if you could do. I mean, the answer's probably no, so don't do this. But I wonder if you could do some sort of a weird mage hunter with the Rutnik guns. Use like a Baranath auto attack, get as much, Aether, elemental to Aether conversion as possible, and play around that. I might theorycraft that later. I'm pretty sure it's terrible though, but I want to prove to myself it's terrible. Alright, for now I think we are just going to do the one quick Barrow Home quest and move along.
You strike me as all right.
A blessed well?
You've returned. Mucho now. The altar of Ritosh is. Now that you have, ever since the. Yes, deep beneath.
Okay, so we have about half a level to go. I'm not sure what the most efficient way to do this is. I think we just go through the void. Okay, Ekazul. All right. We are not going to stand in the. We are not going to stand in the fire. Really, we're stuck here. God, let's recenter ourselves back so that north is facing up. I hate having to do that, but sometimes you have to rotate the camera to get things to work. I'm trying to get it right.
Is that your mother? An unfortunate ogre. Yes, the mount I
All right, let's get out of here.
It's good. You're right. Oh, to the north.
12 minutes 29 29 sorry, 12 hours 29 minutes to 94 for SSF. Not bad. 2 button on the num. I do not have a numpad, but good to know. It's, if I was playing on a, different computer, or I get a, specific keyboard, that'll be good to be aware of. All right. Yeah, this is pretty solid for, like I said, SSF. No low car, no XP pots until ultimate. Alright, so let's see who we're revered with Mammoth Resistance. We're revered with Black Legion. We are close with Coven. Alright, look, first things first, we're 94. We're going to drop down to Elite. We're going to farm Theoden for a better weapon. We're going to farm the Blaze Herald for a better weapon. At least get marginally useful level 94 stuff. Unfortunately, we might get level 84 stuff still, but it's still going to be an upgrade. Okay, this is very good. This is a ring with very good resistances. It has attack speed. The Nidal's Hidden Hand does nothing for us. The damage does nothing for us, but I'm going to keep this for now for the resistances alone. We're definitely going to need to farm some blooms as we go on, but stick to Theo. And you can drop Krieg gloves, so because I'm pretty sure. Probably 5% permanently, over 15% sometimes. We'll, for farming purposes, we'll do the Shadow Strike skip. Alright, let's see if Theo wants to give us anything good. Alright, we should put Blade Spirits on. Essence Drinkers of the Aether, and it's level 94. We currently have Mage Storm of the Aether, so yeah, let's do the comparison. Higher flat damage. By far, much higher percent. Actually, better attack speed roll. Not that that really matters. And casting speed, which doesn't really matter, but... I mean, still, we got a usable upgrade on our first try. We'll go for the Blaze Herald next. And I'll swap these out. Aggressive of the Aether. I mean... Let's see, plus 382 versus plus 208, obvious upgrade. $50 to 101 flat. When you factor in the flat from warp, there's actually it's actually a downgrade on flat, but look, in the meantime, these are legitimate upgrades, so we are going to take them. Alright. Stun res and pierce res we don't need, so we can use different yeah, this is a major damage upgrade already. We still need attack speed. We have gloves with no attack speed, so we need some decent Aether gloves, of course. And we need something better than like this ring is better than a Slith Primal ring, frankly, but I'm not quite sure I want to bother subbing these out yet. I kind of want to farm around for some better gear in general, and then like we can get better probably better shoulders. What are these? Mighty the Flesh Hulk. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah, but we'll do the Cronley stuff in Ultimate. We'll do a couple more runs on Elite to see if we or You know what? We got the upgrades we needed. Let's go back to Ultimate. We don't need to be greedy farming stuff on Elite. When we strengthen our build more fully, we can farm on Ultimate. We already have major damage upgrade, so that's kind of the key, I think. Like, yeah, just quick look. Yeah, our Aether percentage went up from like 1650 to 2050. Our flat is higher too, so big upgrade. See who has augments we want the most. That's the other question. Yeah, we don't have the rep for this, but Coven's wit is OA and armor. I think we probably in an ideal world want the Bismiel has, I think, a flat Aether and percent Aether augment. Outcast has Aether, OA, and health. Outcast might be a best in slot for us. And how do we even... do we lose Black Legion rep for doing Outcast bounties? Just in case, I'm going to buy a slew of Black Legion augments. So I don't have to worry about that. The other question is, does she even have any decent bounties? Okay, I think... Conflagration... Yeah, I guess we are going to go do something with the Blaze Herald on Ultimate now. What's the name of this? There we go.
can't believe we're actually grinding out cast rep. And maybe don't stand on the Aether ground. If you do, use mirror. Plague bearers of celerity. And that's how you know the game has a sense of humor. Alright. Just give us a legitimate amount of rep. $675. Okay, and it doing her bounties does not impact Black Legion rep. Good to know. Alright, we can give you a rampage. I think that's affordable. No, we are not going into the Bastion of Chaos for a bounty. We will craft an Inferno, sure. I don't think I've ever seen 2 Relic Craft bounties in the same game session before. Maybe Outcast is the only one who asked for more than 1 relic. Oh, we need a rigid shell. So that's actually a little bit more expensive than I thought, but fine. Wow, you're getting all the relics. But our rep is going where it needs, so Guile, Scavenge Plating, Chip Claw, Roiling Blood. Yeah.
Alright, reset. I don't know, 1500 rep for a relic, which is basically a crafting mat and a few Aether crystals, seems like a really good deal to me. Welcome in, Tuma. Alright, we just keep crafting relics for you. Fine. Okay, Glacier. That requires a molten skin. I'm sure we have frozen hearts, but just double check. Yeah. Alright, molten skin, glacier.
I'm very.
And corruption.
Got any more scrap metal?
I'm not giving you 3 bloods. We will, however, do another Blaze Herald run. That should give us the rep we need. Alright, Aether Ground. Still scary.
Mage Storm of Alacrity. Hold on. This is much better attack speed. Hold on. Yeah, the attack speed compensates for the reduced. Oh god, it's also literally the worst pierced Aether roll. I mean, it's better, but it hurts to use a little bit. I'm going to keep it, but I'm not going to equip it right away. So we're going to use Anasteria's augments. Percent Aether, health, OA. Yeah, that gets us some additional health. And yeah, right now, I guess we can put another point in the different weapon pool skills. We do get some pierce to Aether conversion, so this isn't terrible. Usually you aren't going to want to do dual blades. We don't really want to bother with lethal assault because we don't have any acid to Aether, and we have only a little bit cold to Aether, so it's just not that big of a buff. We could put points in Ring of Steel. Or Flat Elemental does some of it convert, but yeah, I don't know. Right now, I think we're going to kind of stick with what we have. Yeah, we'll do some Cronley farming for the upgraded helm and shoulders. And actually, what are your... Okay, these are pretty low level in terms of their armor value, so I'm not going to bother with that, but there probably is going to be a faction that'll have something good for us. Right, Cronley.
Aether Fire of Fortitude. Hold on. Maybe. Stalwart of Attack is a no. So yeah, this is way more armor, which is good. Higher percent Aether. Better Ellie to Aether roll. 6% physique is probably less than 114. And we lose some Pierce Elemental and Stun Res. Which we can afford. Although if we don't have Overseers on our helm, the stun res is going to be an issue again. But because we also have Cleric's roll on our pants, which is pretty key. Alright, well, we might as well kill Cronley. Imposing of Corrosion, no. I mean, the imposing would actually be okay because of that's a ton of health, but otherwise that's not acceptable. Let's do how close are we? We're very close to Revered with Coven, so let's actually finish the Coven quest line. Get Revered, see if there are any augments or faction gear we can use. I would have picked up the Storm Serpent for the stash, but it's a low phys res roll, so. I guess once we get our kind of endgame rings, we have the option of like runebound topaz and things like that, which will help with stun res. But we're sort of in this awkward phase where we don't have the top tier gear we want yet, and we don't really want to be fooling around with components that are expensive that we might not need down the line, depending on the rolls we get on other stuff. Okay, we'll take the Celestial Stone of Halakor. Pervious of Squalls is not bad.
Have you felt good? You will find her below us, at the center of the.
Gorani, at least you are determined.
Alright, kill Janaxia.
Is it pitiful? Yet not far.
Okay, level 95.
Have you good? Everything is in.
Alright, we're gonna do this for the legendary. probably going to be a worthless legendary, but we will see.
Three's the three. The ritual
Nope.
was a success.
Safe storage. No questions asked. I'll keep an eye on this.
Alright, let's reset. We'll do Cronley again. But I do feel good about where we are. We got to 94 in a PR for SSF, as at least as far as I know. I haven't really tracked it, but I can't imagine I've done it faster. We got double useful upgrades at 94 for both of our Aether weapons. We're farming some upgraded shoulders and helms. Like, this is just... I feel like the Murderer's Breastplate is not what we want long term. In fact, I'm pretty certain it isn't what we want long term, but we need to find something else. Hi, Dureni. You have good shoulders for me. Alright, Shattered Reality is... No, it's not... It's not even 94 roll. I was going to say Shattered Reality is a very nice suffix for us, but warding is just extra Aether res, which we don't need. Hang on 1 second.
Yeah, the Galacros chest is interesting. We don't really care about the conversion, but it does have Aether Bleed and Stun Res and plus to Overload, which is OA. Let's see what else we can maybe get that has Aether damage, but that might end up being the best option. So yeah, it's that or Chosen Robes, which give lightning to Aether, which helps a tiny bit, and they also give us a bunch of Fizz Res. But yeah, the Galacros chest might just be the winner here. Anyway, let's go kill Cronley. And yeah, we can see if Galacros drops us anything. The problem is he can drop two different things, but this is a relatively easy target farm. Okay, Impervious Cronley Signet of Butchery. It's insane resistances, it has health. See, Pierce, Poison, Elemental. We lose Vit Res, but we can handle that. These are these frustrating, they are upgrades, but they're not really the items I want. So yeah, let's actually grab one Riftgate in Forgotten Gods just to keep us moving forward so that we have less to do on Tuesday. We'll try Galacros, see if he drops us a good item, and then we'll try Cronley again. I think we'll do Galacros on Elite just because I'm not quite there yet. Oh, and you know what? While we're here, let's farm Salile boss again. We'll do that, then we'll quit out, do Galacros on Elite, and then come back here and do Cronley on Ultimate again. Yeah, the fact that we have low-level Runic Bracers as our gloves still hurts.
Vigorous Old One's Flame, and they're 92, so they're not even worth picking up for a future character. Alright, back to Elite. And we get to do some Aether Crystal farming while we're here, so... And the added Fizz damage modifier. Alright, that's his, could be a tiny bit spicy. Yeah, there are so many mobs here that you also have to kill. That makes this farm a little bit of a pain, but... Yeah, this would be much worse on Ultimate. So we get the wrong one. And it's, you can tell from the armor value it's a low level. Because the readiness is 94. Alright, is there anything else we do on Elite? Galakros. Let me actually just quickly check faction gear.
See anything you like?
Okay, so Elite Coven Wrath Vestments gives me Aether damage, health, OA, Fizz res, Pierce poison res. And let's see, what does the Galakros... Galakros gives us Aether damage, +3 to Overload, and Bleed and Stun Res. But it can roll with affixes. I think the Galakros chest is better. Alright. One more Cronley run, I think. And we'll take stock of what we have. We might do another Galakros run, but have to leave a little bit of farming and content for Tuesday. So we will call this fairly soon. Aggressive amending, no thanks. We'll get another rift gate here. Just move a little bit forward still. We'll try Galacros again. Getting this stun res on the chest frees up some of the Helm stun res that we had with Overseers. Because we're probably not rolling Overseers again on a Helm, and I'm not going to farm it until we get that. Especially if we get a good offensive affix. Again, Aether Fire or Vitality would even be fine. Or try Galacros again. Thing is, even if he drops a level 84 base, if it's good affixes, it's still a massive improvement on what we have. And again, the wrong one. Alright, I have a little bit more farming in me, but we'll be signing off in about 10 minutes. Hit the 4-hour mark, and then I'm going to make myself some lunch. So we're farming Cronley for Ascended stuff, and then we're going to see if we get decent Soleil Pants drop. And Clerics of the Boar is pretty good, it's just it's a lower level drop, so we don't have the high armor roll. So that does need to be replaced at some point. Mage Storm of the Aether. Alright. They're not the highest level. Hold on. Mighty of Maven's Wit is going to give us stun res. That might be the one. We'll see. Like, Mighty isn't a great prefix, it's just physique, which is a little bit of DA and health, but Stalwart, nope. Not even gonna look and see if that's a 94 item. Okay. So we've got Aether Fire of Fortitude. And Mighty of Maven's Wit. I think these are going on. Lose some DA, lose some Sunres, but so yeah, what do we have? So 2286 DA, 2157 armor. Alright, we lose a little bit of DA, our armor goes up considerably, and our damage also is going up. So that's a win. Resist at the moment look okay. Vit and Chaos Overcap are not the best, but it's still basically fine. Let's go back down to Elite, see if we can get a Galacros chest. We'll give that a couple more goes. We'll look and see if we can do any upgrades on our rings and our augments. And we should have a Grim Tools to serve as our base for the final stream on this character on Tuesday. Alright, Galacros, Sewers. Alright, that is 4 in a row of the singed plating. One more try. So we really do need a better chest piece. Defilers of the Wolf. Okay. And that's 1503 armor as well. So, yeah. Let's see how this looks for us. armor's up to almost 2,800. OA is looking good. DA definitely could use some help still, but I think we'll at this point we'll just continue to put points in physique, a little bit more on DA. We can probably craft a better belt as well. We need a rigid shell and a serrated shell. What does a serrated shell require? Battered shell, serrated spike, and rigid. Yeah. How many serrated spikes do we have? That's going to be our... Let's try to just craft one and see if we get lucky. And Nightblade. 12 scrap. It's expensive. Bleed res. We can afford another couple of these, so we're gonna try again. Mouth-bladed girdle. Of destruction, it does give us elemental res. It's not great, but it's still a massive improvement in terms of armor. For now, I prefer the Nightblade belt. It's depending on what other gear we get, find, craft, etc. I might change it up. But until we have Serenity and our jewelry sorted out at the very least, I think I'm gonna stick to Nightblade for plus to weapon pool skills and things like that. But we'll see. We need Incorruptible of Alacrity. This is just better than the Slithering, so that goes on. Stun res is massively overcapped. I think for now we just take the Corpse Dust for health. Alright, this is Vit res and this is Poison and Bleed. We don't need Poison and Bleed, so... Where can we get... Let's... You'll look at... Like the Soleil ring augment gives DA, which is nice. could also lean into something a bit more defensive. Alright, so yeah, right now it's really Coven or Mammoth resistance. We could just take the DA and percent Aether augment here. This would be health and DA, but no damage. We do have Pierce, but I'm going to take Forge Fire for now. It's not the best, but it is going to boost our DA, and it is going to give us more damage. Still need some upgrades on jewelry, pants, metal, amulet, etc. Gloves definitely, but like our OA/DA look respectable at least now. Like 2840, that's going to probably be close to 2900 at level 100. DAs could be like 2550 for now. Armor's 2800. We even have a little bit of Phys Res. So yeah, let me get you guys a Grim Tools for this. We will finish this on Tuesday, starting up around 4 o'clock in the evening Eastern Time US. There we go. Let me save that for myself as well. And we will take a look and see if anyone's on. Alright, yeah. So we made good progress today. We still ideally want better weapons, but we have double Aether 94 weapons. We have acceptable helm. We have acceptable shoulders. This is acceptable. And like, yeah, there's stuff we can... this is a good roll, but it's a level 82 item, so we definitely want more armor. So, and we will eventually be getting Serenity instead of Slaughter. We just need a bit more iron for crafting, and we should be in a better spot. I'm also going to think about possible upgrades for the amulet, depending on what we find. So, yeah, I think we'll leave it there. Appreciate everyone hanging out. Thanks again, Jay, for the raid earlier. So Marzola for the bits. And, you know, speaking of Marzola, I don't see anyone on playing Grim Dawn, and he's playing D2R, so I think that's winning by default in terms of who I'm going to send you guys over to. Let's see. Raid. Alright, so yeah, good day today. We will finish this on Tuesday, get the Lokar kill. Thursday we'll just do something that doesn't involve an SSF run. Maybe play some existing builds or start leveling something. I'm going to do some PoE on Saturday, but probably Saturday will be the only PoE stream I do on a Saturday, and we'll keep Saturday Grim Dawn for pretty much... all normal streams.